Okay, good evening. I now call to order the April 28th regular closed session of the City Council of the City of Commerce. Interim City Clerk, if you could please call roll.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Altamirano. Here. Councilmember Argumedo.
Here.
Councilmember Rebollo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Here.
Mayor Lainez.
Here. Okay, great. And we have a quorum, so now we'll go ahead and move on to public comment. Interim City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
None.
Okay. We don't have any speakers, so we will now close public comment, and now we will recess the closed session. So, Interim City Clerk Jaques Nares, if you could please recess us to closed session.
Yes, sir. Conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Sections 54956.9D2 and E2 regarding anticipated potential litigation, 2 cases. Item number 2 is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The City Council will confer with its real property negotiator, Ernie Hernandez, with respect to real estate negotiations regarding 5555 East Washington Boulevard, APN 6335024909. The last item is City Council conference regarding public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, Employee Title, City Manager.
Okay, thank you for that, Interim City Clerk, and the council will now recess the closed session.
I just checked my mail. So that was my other thing. Like the
Okay, good evening, everyone. We will now reconvene from closed session. Attorney Tapia, could you please provide your report?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. With all 5 members of the City Council being present, the City Council met in closed session, discussed item 1. There were 2 cases. Both cases were discussed. City staff made presentations. City Council provided direction. No final reportable action was taken. With respect to item number 2, City staff made a presentation. City Council provided direction. No final reportable action was taken. With item number 3, City staff made a presentation. City Council provided direction. No final reportable action was taken. That concludes my report out of closed session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. City Attorney. I now call to order the April 28th concurrent joint meetings of the City Council of the City of Commerce, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the governing body of the successor agency to the Commerce Community Development Commission. Will the interim city clerk please call roll?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Altamirano?
Here.
Councilmember Argumedo?
Here.
Councilmember Rebollo? Mayor Pro Tem Garcia? Here. Mayor Lainez?
Here. Okay, so we have a quorum. At this time, I invite the audience to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Community Development Director Jessica Serrano, and the invocation, which will be led by Councilman Ivan Altamirano.
Good evening, everyone. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight with gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community. Grant us the wisdom to make sound decisions, courage to do what is right, the humility to listen to one another with open hearts. Guide this council in unity and purpose, that our actions reflect fairness, integrity, and a genuine commitment to the people we represent. Bless our city, protect our residents, and help us build a future grounded in hope and progress. In your name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Director Serrano and Councilman. We'll go ahead and move on to appearances and presentations. The first item is a proclamation designating the week of May 11th through the 15th, 2026 as National Transportation Week. And I believe we'll have a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Angie Verdon, representing the Transportation Department. Over the past year, our entire transportation team has worked diligently to provide safe, reliable, and accessible service to our community every day. Behind every ride is a collective effort, from our bus operators to our mechanics, service workers, parts assistant, analyst, dispatchers, technician, supervisors, manager, and director, all work together to keep our system running. While numbers help reflect our impact, we believe that's only part of our story. And another measure of our department's success is found in the voices of those who we serve. Through our Spread Kindness on the Bus initiative, designed to give our riders a voice and an opportunity to recognize staff, we've received heartfelt messages that truly reflect the impact of our service. For example, one rider shared about an operator: "She is outstanding, kind, compassionate, and genuinely attentive. I am incredibly grateful for her professionalism and empathy." Another writer noted, "The driver was very courteous and helpful. I felt safe on my trip." And a third simply shared, "It may seem like a small detail, but being greeted with a smile made my day better." These words mean a lot to our team, and they reflect the care our writers experience. And because much of this work is not always seen, we would like to share a brief video. It highlights our team's efforts and accomplishments that occurred last year in 2025. We hope you enjoy. 2025 reflected the dedication, teamwork, and commitment of our entire department, a goal we continue to carry this new year of 2026. And that is why I come before you today to respectfully request that the week of May 11th through May 17th, 2026 be declared National Transportation Week in the City of Commerce. This week will serve as a time of recognition for the hard work of all our members of our department, those who make this service possible every day. We would also be honored to have you join us for our department luncheon during that week. A personal invitation and a small token of appreciation has been provided to each of you. We thank you again for your continued support. With your support, we're able to provide more than just transportation. We provide connection, independence, and peace of mind to the community that we proudly serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verdeen. And if we could just give the Transportation Department a round of applause, please. Wonderful video. You know, the Transportation Department is such a big source of pride for the City of Commerce. To be able to say that we have our own transit system that speaks volumes about what our city is capable of and what our city is doing. And, you know, there's so much that this department does for our community, whether it's the Dial-A-Ride or the buses for the community excursions, or just getting community members to where they need to go on a day-to-day basis, right? It's so important. So I really want to thank you all for the work that you do. And it's not just bus operators, right? There's the administrative, of course, right? There's fleet maintenance. There's a whole lot of moving parts when it comes to the Transportation Department. And you all are doing a phenomenal job. And I love how you're just so engaged with our community, participating in the trunk or treats, right? Always decorating the bus, right? It's always a highlight every year whenever we do the trunk or treat at the Rosewood STEAM Academy. So thank you for your efforts. You know, we're so proud of this department, and we thank you for coming here today and running this presentation. And of course, we will declare May 11th through the 15th as a National Transportation Week. So I do have a proclamation that would like to speak out. So I have a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Commerce designating May 11th through the 15th, 2026 as National Transportation Week. Whereas in 1961, President John F. Kennedy declared the third Friday of May as National Defense Transportation Day. And whereas in 1962, Congress updated its request to include the whole week within which Friday falls as National Transportation Week. And whereas the transportation industry has transformed America into a sophisticated network of metropolitan communities. And whereas public transportation is a central component of the National Transportation Network. And whereas public transportation connects workers with jobs, families with each other, and the public with resources to live their lives. And whereas the city's transportation department has been providing quality, fare-free transportation services to the city's residents for 65 years. And whereas the Commerce Transportation Department annually transports over 525,000 passengers for approximately 542,900 miles each year. And whereas the City of Commerce maintains a professionally trained and dedicated staff of bus operators, mechanics, supervisors, and support staff who play a vital role in the overall success of the city's public transportation system. And whereas the Commerce City Council and staff remain committed to providing safe, accessible, affordable, and essential public transportation services to the city's residents and business community. Now therefore, the City of Commerce City Council does hereby proclaim the week of May 11th through the 15th, 2026 as National Transportation Week, and urges all those who live or work in the City of Commerce to support and promote this observance, passed, approved, and adopted this 28th day of April 2026 by myself, the mayor of the city, along with all members of the City Council. Again, thank you for the phenomenal work that you all are doing for our communities. We're so grateful to have you, and looking forward to the luncheon. Okay, so now moving on to item number 2, which is the Earth Day video, and I believe this will be presented by Recreation Program Supervisor Lisa Macias.
Good evening, Mayor Lainez, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, members of the City Council. Recently, the City of Commerce came together to celebrate Earth Day, bringing our community out for a day focused on environmental awareness, hands-on activities, and the shared goal of taking care of the world around us. I am happy to report we had 103 volunteers in attendance. From tree planting and educational opportunities to community participation, the event was a great reflection of what we can accomplish when we work together. Tonight, we'd like to share a look back at that special day. At this time, we invite you to turn your attention to the screen for a brief Earth Day event recap video, highlighting the energy, involvement, and pride of our community.
Welcome to the City of Commerce. Happy Earth Day. It's really exciting to come out today into the Bristol Park community and celebrate Earth Day by just beautifying our community. As you can see, there are so many families here that came out on a Saturday morning to help plant trees, plant flowers, pick up trash. It's been a really, really long time since we've done this, so I'm really excited that this idea came up again and that our sports teams are here, our performing arts teams are here. I'm happy, I'm excited, and I'm humbled by the support that we got from all of these wonderful people.
Happy Earth Day, Commerce. This is your Mayor, Kevin Lainez, and I am right here in the Bristol Park neighborhood participating in our city's Earth Day celebration. This is an important event because it shows the power of our community and what we can do when we come together for a cause. You know, we have members of our community here that are here learning how to plant trees, cleaning up different streets across the neighborhood, and learning about how to protect our planet. And the reason this day is so important to me is because the earth gives so much to us. The trees, the air we breathe. It's really important for us to make sure that we learn how to care for our community and build habits to protect our environment, because we want to make sure that future generations have a wonderful world to live in. As I could tell just by the turnout of the different people who showed up today, it means a lot to everyone here in the City of Commerce. So thank you to those who participated, and looking forward to the next one.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you for that, Lisa. I sounded a little bit winded in the video, but I promise it's because I was actually working. But I thought Earth Day was a great event. You know, it was done in the Bristol Park area, for those who don't know, and I do want to thank just the Teen Center kids that showed up. Commerce Crush was out there. The aquatics program was out there. Many of my colleagues were out there as well, so thank you for your help there. And also want to thank the community partners and sponsors that helped make it a reality. Of course, a big shout out to Public Works and Parks and Recreation for having the event. And I thought that the kids really loved the event. My son woke up early on a Saturday morning and I dragged him out, but it seemed like he had a good time. So I think we did a good thing. So very happy for that. Moving on to item number 3, and we're actually going to combine items 3 and 4 tonight. So they'll be presented together. We have a proclamation declaring Tuesday, April 28, 2026 as Arbor Day in the City of Commerce. But we also want to acknowledge and recognize Tree City USA 2025 award and recognition of the Arbor Day 2026 poster contest winners. So we have Roxana Lara with the Public Works Department here tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Roxana Lara. I'm the Management Analyst in the Public Works Department. I'll be presenting today the Arbor Day program and the Tree City USA program. A little history on Arbor Day. In the 1800s, a journalist, politician, and environmentalist named J. Sterling Morton noticed that the soil in Nebraska where he lived was eroding away, blowing away. It was lifeless, and there was no trees at all. So Mr. Morton decided to do something about it. He advocated for a tree planting day, and this resulted in 1 million trees being planted that first year. Then that was lucky for Nebraska, but then California followed, and they, in 1909, the California State Legislature passed an act designating Arbor Day to promote tree planting and forest conservation and many other environmental benefits. The City of Commerce holds its own Arbor Day celebrations at the local schools, and this year we held them on March 25th at Bandini Elementary School and Rosewood STEAM Academy. The fourth graders learned about proper tree planting and proper care, and they had a chance to plant a tree at the school site. They also received a little seedling that they can take home. We asked the schools to run an Arbor Day poster contest, and the 3 winners were selected from each school. The winners received their artwork framed, which looks really beautiful. It looks elevated with the frame. A certificate of recognition, a Dr. Seuss book called All About Trees, a t-shirt, and a goodie bag. Here are 2 art pieces from the winners from Bandini Elementary School. On your left is another winner from Bandini Elementary School, and a winner on the right side from Rosewood STEAM Academy. And these other 2 are from the winners from Rosewood Academy. So congratulations to the winners. We will be recognizing them momentarily. So the Arbor Day celebrations in part qualify the city for the Tree City USA recognition. And every year we apply to renew this honor, and there's 4 standards that must be met. The first standard is that the city should have a tree care department. The second is that the city should have a public tree care ordinance. The third standard is that the city should have a community forestry budget of at least $2 per capita for urban forestry. And the fourth standard is that we should have an Arbor Day observance and proclamation. We met all those standards and for the 40th consecutive year. So in 2025, we received the award. And tonight, we have Ms. Samantha Kahn with the LA County Forestry Division here to recognize the city.
Good evening. I'm Samantha Kahn, Forestry Assistant for the Los Angeles County Fire Department. And the Los Angeles County Fire Department Forestry Division through CAL FIRE supports and delivers the Tree City USA program for cities within the county on behalf of the Arbor Day Foundation. The National Arbor Day Foundation recognizes cities for their commitment to trees through Tree City USA program, which is sponsored in cooperation with the National Association of State Foresters and United States Forest Service. As previously mentioned, for a community to receive the Tree City USA designation, they must meet 4 components, which is a tree board or department, a tree care ordinance, a community forestry program with an annual budget, and an Arbor Day proclamation and observance. Since 1986, your city has shown its dedication in restoring, enhancing, and maintaining your community's urban forest by meeting or exceeding the Arbor Day Foundation's Tree City USA standards. As our department's regional urban forester representative for the Los Angeles County, it is a great pleasure to recognize the Commerce City Council and Mayor and staff and all partners for all the hard work you do to improve the quality of life for your citizens. I am honored to be here today with you this evening to celebrate Arbor Day and the City of Commerce Tree City USA designation for 40 years. Thank you again, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kahn. And now I'd like to invite the mayor to read the Arbor Day proclamation.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So I have a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Commerce, California, proclaiming Tuesday, April 28, 2026, as Arbor Day in the City of Commerce. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the City of Commerce, through the dedicated work of the Public Works Department's Tree Division, has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and desires to continue its tree planting ways. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Commerce, California does hereby proclaim Tuesday, April 28, 2026 as Arbor Day in the City of Commerce. We urge all citizens to support efforts to care for our trees and woodlands and to support our city's community forestry program. And further, all residents are urged to plant trees to gladden their hearts and promote the well-being of present and future generations. Passed, approved, and adopted this 28th of April 2026 by myself, the mayor of the city, as well as all of our members here of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Linus. Now I'd like to invite our Arbor Day Program Coordinator, Lily Magana, up here to recognize the 6 winners of the Arbor Day Poster Contest.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name's Lily Magana, and I'm the Office Specialist 2 in the Public Works Department. This year, I had the honor to partner up with Anthony Delgado, and we worked together for our Arbor Day celebrations at our local schools, at both Bandini Elementary and the Rosewood STEAM Academy. Anthony had really good ideas this year. He wanted to change up the program a little bit, and we made it a little better, thanks to Anthony. First and foremost, we changed the book. So now the book is All About Trees by Dr. Seuss, and every winner received a tree, but we also donated a tree, and I'm so sorry, not a tree, a book. Every winner received a book, and then we donated a book to each of the schools on behalf of the city. On top of that, he also had the idea of bringing in Miss Sierra, our friendly raccoon. I think you all saw pictures of her. The students really loved her. She helped give out coloring books to every participating student. They loved her, they took pictures with her, and it was a great idea. So thank you, Anthony, for that. I'd also like to thank North Star for their donation. They gave us 2 nice trees that were planted at the local schools, and they allowed the students to help them. So that was a great experience for them. And I'd also really like to extend our gratitude to Principal Eric Votari from Bandini Elementary and Principal Kimberly Lazaro from Rosewood STEAM Academy. So students, as I call you up, please make your way over to Roxana, who will then lead you to Anthony so that you can all take a picture with our city council. Okay, first from Bandini Elementary. In 3rd place, we have Ms. Daniela Bonilla. In 2nd place, we have Gabby Rafaela. And in 1st place, we have Antonio Cesena. All right. From Rosewood STEAM Academy, in 3rd place, we have Mia Murgia. In 2nd place, we have Clarissa Sanchez. And in 1st place, we have Santiago Sedano. we can have the city council join our artists for a picture, please.
Absolutely.
Parents, you're welcome to move up here to take some pictures if you'd like.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're going to smile for about 15 more seconds. Thank you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Congratulations again to all of our artists. Those are beautiful pieces that you all put together. And I think this Arbor Day is particularly important because while the City of Commerce has 40 years being recognized as a tree city, I believe that Tree City USA, this is its 50th year that they are nationally recognizing different cities throughout the country. So it is a special occasion. This is a special Arbor Day, a special year. So again, congratulations for the great artwork and really representing what Arbor Day is all about. So again, thank you. And if we could just give the kids another round of applause, please, would be great. Great. Okay. Now, moving on to the next item, we are going to go on to Student Leadership Day, and this will be presented by our Parks and Recreation Director, Marquez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Lainez, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, and members of the City Council. Tonight, it's an honor to introduce a very special group of young leaders. As part of our upcoming Student Leadership Day, the local high schools have selected outstanding students to serve in honorary roles, including student mayor pro tem, student council members, and city officials for the day. These students will have the unique opportunity to step into the roles of city leadership, learning firsthand how local government operates, engaging with department directors and staff, and participating in a mock city council meeting. This experience is designed to inspire and educate them to become active and informed members of our community. At this time, I would like to introduce those who were able to free up their calendars this evening, and I believe we have one. And so please come forward as I introduce you. Student Council Member Ariela Ordaz. Ariala, we are incredibly proud of each of you, yourself and your fellow colleagues, meaning students, and commend you for your leadership, dedication, and willingness to serve on Student Leadership Day on Thursday. Mayor, we respectfully request the presentation of the proclamation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Marquez. And Ariala, thank you for being here this evening. Really appreciate it. And definitely looking forward to Thursday. It's going to be a great morning. So the City of Commerce proclamation proclaiming Thursday, April 30th, 2026 as Student Leadership Day. Whereas the Montebello Unified School District hosts Student Leadership Day to provide high school students with meaningful opportunities to learn about local government and civic engagement. And whereas the City of Commerce is proud to partner in this important educational initiative by welcoming students to experience the function of municipal government and public service. And whereas Student Leadership Day allows students to participate in hands-on activities, engage with city officials and staff, and gain a deeper understanding of the roles and responsibilities that support a thriving community. And whereas this collaborative effort helps students build leadership skills, encourages civic responsibility, and inspires future involvement in their communities. And whereas the City of Commerce values its partnership with local schools and remains committed to supporting programs that empower and educate our youth. And whereas investing in students today strengthens the future of our community by fostering informed, engaged, and capable leaders. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Commerce hereby proclaims Thursday, April 30th, 2026 as Student Leadership Day and recognizes the Montebello Unified School District for its leadership in organizing this meaningful event, while proudly supporting the students participating in this day of learning and leadership. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City, Commerce, to be affixed this 28th day of April 2026, proclaimed by myself, the Mayor, Kevin Lainez, and all of my colleagues here on the City Council.
All right. If we could request a photo with the City Council?
Yep, definitely.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. We'll see you on Thursday.
Glad that we're recognizing Student Leadership Day. And before she goes, I do want to thank Montebello Unified School District Board President Liliana Magana for really just putting this out into creating this event, right? You know, it's an offshoot of Youth in Government. So I know we've been doing it for the last couple of years, and it's a day that we all here on the dais look forward to. So really excited about Thursday, working with Ariala and the rest of the Student Council, as well as all of our city staff members for that day. So again, thank you. Okay, so now we will go ahead and move on to public comment. I do have a few speaker cards here. As a reminder, we will implement a 3-minute time limit for each comment, but I'll call your name in the order in which your speaker slip was received. So at this time, I'd like to call up to the podium Mr. Justin Mascaro.
Hello, Mayor, members of the council, good evening. So my name is Justin. I've been a resident of the City of Commerce for about 10 years now. Myself and my neighbors behind me would like to address some of the concerns we have with the Modelo Development Project. If you're not familiar with the Modelo Development Project, it's a multi-million-dollar retail and housing development where the old Veterans Park used to be, or at least it's being built where the old Veterans Park used to be. Issues that we have. The construction has created an environment where the ground is violently shaking on a constant basis. It's greatly affecting our quality of life in a negative way and making our homes almost uninhabitable. The violent shaking and rattling of our homes has caused structural damage already visibly, as well as the potential for future structural damage. What we ask, amongst other things, is we will respectfully request, I should say, is that the city make sure that all rules, regulations, and city ordinances are being followed. Secondly, that the proper measures are placed to make sure that construction is being conducted safely and ethically with the well-being of the neighboring community in mind. So with that, I shall turn it over to my other neighbors who have similar comments.
Thank you, Mr.
and God
Moscardo.
bless.
Appreciate your comments. And that will bring me to the next speaker on the list, Ms. Veronica Chavez. If you please come up to the podium.
Good evening. And my name is Veronica Chavez, as you said. I live at 6359 Avenida Aguascalientes, and we're about 27 feet away from the Modelo project construction and demolition. So it's affecting us. About 2-3 weeks ago, we put forward resident agreement for the city to present to Comstock Realty. We haven't heard anything yet, and I'm here to follow up on that. Again, I appreciate all the support that Mayor Kevin has provided us and the city staff is communicating with Comstock and on behalf of all the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chavez. Moving on to the next speaker, we have Rudy Acosta.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Rudy Acosta. I am a professor of urban policy at the University of California, Fullerton. I've been a member of Commerce for the last 8 years. I thoroughly enjoy living in Commerce. Unfortunately, about 6 years ago, I did come and talk in front of the board regarding some concerns with the Modelo project that was being proposed. Unfortunately, those expectations were actually blown out of the water, specifically as some of our neighbors are voicing. The shaking is violent. I work from home and I teach in the evenings. It's very difficult for me to actually conduct any of my grading, any of my work. My wife is a night nurse. It is very difficult for her to fall asleep. The shaking and the noise is extraordinary. Part of the fencing was not complete. It stopped at the end of Veterans Park, where there used to be a training area. So I can literally see the construction workers' eye contact. I see the debris fall into my backyard. My 2 children are here. And it's difficult for me to, once I read the environmental impact report, it said that there was volatile chemicals that could be expunged from the earth. And I know that they're using water mitigation. But in terms of really looking at the carcinogen particles that are there, it's alarming for me and my family. We've been offered by Comstock a hotel so we can stay, because of the shaking the next couple of weeks is going to get even more violent. However, that still doesn't address the impact in our homes. It's very difficult for me to actually take that offer. It's not just picking up my stuff and going to work in a hotel. I have papers to grade. I am also a federal evaluator, so a lot of the data has to be stored in a safe laptop. Taking a lot of that stuff requires a lot of work. I have 3 dogs that I have to take care of. So it's really impacting a lot of our lives right now. So we are constantly calling the city because the shaking is incessant and it is really difficult to see that, that there's going to be impact in our homes. I've already seen cracks in our homes. My kitchen's already starting to like fall apart in some areas. So we really, the neighbors here are really concerned about our properties. And the last thing I want to add is this was a large sale of public property. My question is, will the City of Commerce still manage the park once that private property has been completed? Because as we've been told, it is private property. So that's also a concerning element from a public sector. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Acosta. Next, I would like to call up Susana Larios to the podium.
Happy Tuesday. My name is Susana Larios. I live at 6353 Avenida Aguascalientes. So yesterday I made the mistake of staying home from work because instead of dealing with teenagers needing help deciding what college to go to or help them analyze their financial aid award letters, I needed a day to recover from a cold, and it was a mistake. From about 7:15 to about 2:30, we had, I can't answer that phone call right now. We had constant shaking and loud construction noise. We did have about a 30-40 minute break to breathe and just kind of compose ourselves, but once it came back, the noise and the shaking just continued. And the best word to describe it is violent and loud. While in awe of seeing the ceiling of Veterans Park literally come down in pieces and hearing it there, it quickly turned to fear after seeing that dust clouds move toward my neighbors' homes, especially since they have children. And just seeing one person just hosing it down, the dust, or at least they thought they were hosing it down, and we have it on video. Then quickly it comes into my mind, is there asbestos in those clouds? Is there lead? I come back to when my daughter was about 1 year old and I had to call about that gun range that was putting lead in my backyard and my neighbors' backyards. I'm one of the lucky ones that works outside of my home, but for my neighbors that have to sleep during the day because of their jobs, or those that have to work from home, they have to endure this constant noise. Like I said, this was just one day out of weeks of this constant noise and quaking, and just, it's very disturbing. I'm thankful for my neighbors that we have checked on each other, we have come together, and through this we have bonded and just really opened up so many communications amongst each other. I don't know what the solution is, but I know that the quality of our lives has greatly changed. I know during COVID, I would walk every single day around Veterans Park, like every single day. And now we don't have a park. My neighbors and I are constantly having to worry about our homes and the potential damage the construction may cause or has already caused. I'm worried about the wall from Veterans Park coming into my backyard. I just wanted to make sure you guys knew, right, that it's not just one person that's complaining. This is all of us that it's really, really affecting. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being open to what we have to say. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Larios, for your comments. I'd like to call up Mark Chavez to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Mark Chavez. I live at 6359 Avenida Aguascalientes. Hard to follow my neighbors, but yes, since the middle of March, we as a community at Vista Del Rio has experienced shaking and noise. We appreciate that we've brought these concerns to the city. We appreciate the effort that the city has put forward as our liaison to the developer. And we also appreciate the vibration sensor monitors with thresholds that have been designed and put in place in the back of our homes. I can tell you, as a home worker, It's extremely impactful in the sense that you are shaken from your day-to-day working activities as your home shakes. I work upstairs, and as you can appreciate, the vibration just travels upward where it's not as stable as the ground floor, and my entire master bedroom will sway. I do have damage, with cracks around windowsills, my brand new tiled shower, cracks around the grout, visible damage. And I would appreciate the city's support. You've been great thus far in releasing some of the vibration data, the raw data, not the dashboard data, that's aggregated data across the number of monitoring ports, but those ports that are directly in line with our homes, that are monitoring that specific area. Because in that area, that raw data will give a significant, clear view of reality, not the nice dashboard that looks like we're never in violation of any thresholds, but that raw data will give us a view of what the impact to our homes, to our community is actually. So I want to, again, thank the city, thank the mayor for your support. Again, I am concerned about my home, just like all of one of my neighbors. The damage today, the damage tomorrow. And, again, I appreciate everything you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Mr. Chavez. The next speaker is Cassandra Batiste. I hope I got the pronunciation correct.
That's correct. Good evening, Mayor and the City Council. Thank you for allowing us, my neighbors that have just spoken regarding how we're impacted with the Modelo project. Let me tell you, I believe it was a couple of months ago when he started tearing it down, because our homes face the park. And I recall just being upstairs and screaming down and telling my husband, "There's a huge earthquake. My God, turn on the news, turn on the news." And it was just a start of what we feel and felt on a daily basis. It was the Modelo project. It was the work, construction. My husband is battling cancer, stage 4. Went to the doctor today dealing with some other issues. And we've been at, before they even broke ground, my husband purchased it because he worked in the city of Commerce. This has really affected not only just my family, but my neighbors as well. We've really bonded. We're close to one another, even closer now. It's affected the dust and debris from I call it my thriving garden, my organic thriving garden. We just appreciate you, Mayor, and your staff for following up, because there's definitely structural damage. And sometimes you don't see it till everybody's gone, the project is up, everyone's happy, and then years later, the damage is there. The foundation is slanted. We just look forward to help at this time. We look forward to the state that we were before they started doing the work. And we just want to thank you for helping us. Appreciate you.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I want to just appreciate everybody for the opportunity to speak and also to address the Modelo neighbors. So obviously I'm here representing the project, the Modelo project. We commenced construction, demolition, and securing the site in mid-March. And the week before we commenced, we held up a public meeting inviting any neighbors from the Vista Del Rio neighborhood or the 1,000-foot radius to attend. Many of these neighbors who are here tonight did attend that meeting. We also shared some communication opportunities for the neighbors with an email box to contact us, also with a WhatsApp messaging group. And actually, I'm really thankful that I came tonight because we have had some robust communication on the WhatsApp communication group since the project started in March, and there have been kind of ups and downs, and there's been some really great communication from the neighbors to us, letting us know if maybe there were security breaches or kids jumping over the fence. It's a dangerous construction site. We've also been able to communicate back where, and I'm the primary communicator, where I've asked for photos or videos of evidence is construction starting too soon, and they started too early one day, and we rectified that matter. Videos or evidence of noise, vibration, improper construction procedures, and it's been enormously helpful for the neighbors to communicate that. However, coming here tonight has really helped me feel the gravity of what the neighbors that are directly adjacent to the project are going through. And I'm deeply sympathetic to lost nights of sleep, long-term health concerns, destruction of your personal property. And I don't want anyone to think that we're glossing over it, sweeping under the rug, ignoring it, hoping to build the project and talk about it later. We want to address these concerns immediately. So number one, earlier today, after I had seen some videos of the shaking in some of the homes, it inspired me to then arrange for an opportunity for the next 2 to 4 weeks of the heavy demolition work, which is taking down the community center. And once that's complete, it's really grading, and it's very light construction in the immediate 3 acres adjacent to the property for the remainder of the project. But for the next 2 to 4 weeks, it is going to be loud and shaking to get that community center down, to dig out the gun range that was really poured concrete, to dig out some of the concrete from the pool and the other areas. I don't know, can we turn this off? Is that possible? Because it's 2 to 4 weeks, this morning I offered to the neighbors in a WhatsApp group, and I offered it to all. There are 12 adjacent homes directly adjacent to the park, that for the next 2 to 4 weeks, 6 nights a week, a hotel room at the cost of the project for each household. They can have that hotel room at the Best Western Plus or at the Doubletree at the Citadel. We'll take care of the cost and reserve the rooms as necessary. I've already arranged with one of the neighbors to be able to go tonight because that person sleeps during the day typically and works night shifts, so needs to be able to have a quiet place to sleep tomorrow. So that's number one. Number two, and forgive me for taking a long time. We received through the city, an agreement from the neighbors, basically asking for a pledge of support that the project isn't going to leave the neighbors high and dry. the project feels like we already have our conditions of approval, the 74 of which, were signed and notarized when we were entitled. We feel like we're following as we possibly can any building code, CEQA, EIR requirements, mitigation requirements, as well as conditions of approval. And so it's hard for us to sign another agreement. However, I understand that having a pledge and some sort of agreeing pledge that we will honor our word to protect the neighbors as best as we can is something that I will review and coordinate through the city to get back to the neighbors within the next 7 days. I want to add one final point, which is that we are an insured project. So in construction, we have builder's risk insurance, right? It's a multi-million dollar insurance policy. It's for this exact purpose. Does somebody trip and fall on the site? Is a piece of debris come over the fence and hit someone or damage their property? That's what this is for. And I know that a lot of people, kind of get messed around with their, whatever, Geico car insurance policy, or they get in a car accident and insurance never pays. This is different. This is commercial builder's risk insurance. I have this on every construction project that we have. I've had claims processed before. I pledge to facilitate any necessary claims that the neighbors may have to ensure that the damage is rectified and taken care of by insurance. In addition to that, our general contractor, second largest general contractor in the country, they have a very large insurance policy as well. So there's a lot of insurance and backing for any damage. Now, that doesn't make up for the fact that you have to go through the inconvenience of construction or repairs or claims, and I apologize for that. There's nothing I can do more than offer those sort of ameliorations. But I just wanted to point out that we have these three things. We're trying to address the neighbors' needs. I believe that we're in kind of a storm. It's going to be 2 to 4 weeks more of noise, concrete coming down, jackhammers knocking out concrete being dumped into the dump trucks, which is one of the loudest noises, and then it being taken away. But once it's taken away, the noise and construction activity near the neighbors is going to be minimized dramatically. So with that, I just wanted to make that public comment, make sure the neighbors knew I hear you. I sympathize with you, and this is the beginning, not the end of communication. So please know that we are open to communicate with you, work with you to try to make this as comfortable as possible.
Thank you for that, Adrian. Appreciate your comments this evening. And I know you went over your time limit, but I felt the information that you were giving was important to the majority of the public speakers here today. So thank you for communicating that and working with the Vista Del Rio. Okay, moving on to our next speaker, we have Leonard Mendoza.
Don't start it yet. I haven't started speaking. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. When I was the mayor from April of 2021 to April 2022, we voted monumentally to construct nearly 1,000 homes here in Rosewood and the Modelo project. It's been a little past 4 years, and one of the 3 projects of the Roosevelt Park Village has been completed, and 2, we don't even know if you guys are going to complete. When that project was passed, City Ventures had claimed the properties were going to go up for sale for mid-650s, and I followed the whole process. Unluckily, I wasn't in the council no more, but they were selling from $720,000 up to like $780. And I followed the process because of the fact that I was the mayor, and like tonight, I'm here because this project was passed when I was the mayor. So the least thing I could do to keep to know that I'm doing my job is put my face. And I'm putting my face because we passed this project. The project itself was going to produce 2,000 parking spots, 1,600 for the project, 400 free parking for the community. It was going to improve traffic because they were going to realign streets. They were going to put new sidewalks around the area by Ozzy's, where there's no sidewalks. We're gonna get about 15 acres more of green space. We're gonna get a 3-story new building that was gonna include a new park and a new library. And that was gonna be the project that was gonna kick everything off. Including, they promised that we were gonna be able to build the first supermarket in the city of Commerce. Now, one of the things that we agree with the developer, Adrian Comstock, was that this project was not gonna move forward unless every resident was happy with the process. And what I mean every resident, I mean the residents that live in the Bristol Park, in the Veterans Park, and specifically the Vista del Rio residents. The reason why I'm here is because I'm hearing a lot of things being said, and you can't just direct the developer right off the bat. So a lot of the residents are calling City Hall, and the response is, oh, there's nothing we can do about it. It's a private property. It's a private-owned property. That's not the way you respond to a resident when they're calling for help. At minimum, teach them to say, you know what, let me get your concern, and we'll get back to you. Because it's very, very infuriating to hear, oh, just blame it on the developer. The developer's gonna do what he can. Again, thank you, and hopefully you listen to the residents.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Mendoza. Okay, so that concludes the speaker cards. Does anybody else, are there any more speakers for public comment? Okay, so just really quickly, I do appreciate the members of the Vista del Rio community being here today. As you know, we've been in pretty close communication over the past couple of weeks, trying to be a liaison, right, to help and support your communication between your block, right, Avenidas Aguascalientes, and the developer. I do want to direct the question to our city manager. Mr. City Manager, I believe you had some comments as well that you want to express to members of the community.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Member City Council, and to the residents in the audience. We have both Public Works and Community Development committed to trying to work through these issues. We understand it's an inconvenience and fully support, right, the concerns they're having. The Modelo project is going through the demolition right now, and that is a very burdensome process with regards to the impact of the residents, but it's a necessary step to clear the site for the upcoming soil remediation that needs to happen before the project moves forward. The developer has secured all the required permits. The crews are currently dismantling the former rec center and the adjacent structures. We, the city, are committed to ensuring full compliance per resident recommendations and city council direction. We went above and beyond with regards to installing and monitoring those sensors on the entire time the construction is going on. In fact, because of the sensors and they got to the threshold where we stopped work until we can come up with a process to mitigate the current issue. But it does provide real-time vibration monitoring. We have daily on-site inspections. We meet with the developer regularly, and the developer has been really good with regards to openness to looking at different alternatives to address any public concerns. And we're looking at identifying real measures that will help through this 2 to 3 week process that unfortunately has to continue at some point in order for the project to move forward. And just to address one of the questions, the city will own and control the future park. So essentially, the city will own the area closer to the freeway now versus closer to the residential properties.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. City Manager. And again, thank you to the members of the Vista del Rio community for being here today. Certainly empathize and know that this is a very tough time right now. But as our city manager said, you do have our city support to help through this process, right? So we'll do our part and do what we can. And I also want to thank the developer, Adrian Comstock, for being here today and communicating and engaging with the community as well. So again, thank you all for being here and thank you for your comments. Moving on to, we will now close public comment and we will move on to consent. So we have the consent calendar and we have items 6 through 9 on consent. Does anyone on the city council wish to pull any items? And if not, at this time, I'll entertain a motion. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilwoman Rebollo and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, great. So now we'll go ahead and move on to item number 10, which is a presentation from the Sheriff's Department of Public Safety in the City of Commerce, and we have our Sergeant Cortez here presenting this evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, fellow council members. I'll do my best to cover a lot of info in a short amount of time. So during this second meeting of the month is when I cover the arrest dispositions to complement the first meeting when I cover the crime stats. Just a recap, I did do a quarterly report on crime stats. And if you recall, these first 90 days of 2026 had a lot less reported crime than the first 90 days of 2025. So to complement that on a month-to-month comparison from March 2026 to March 2025, this is the following. There was a total arrest handled of 63 in the March of 2026. These are cases that are prepared through the investigators where the deputies made an arrest and a case was developed. 63 versus 37 March of 2025, so about 70% more arrests were handled. Again, the first 90 days of this year were a lot less reported crime versus the first 90 days of 2025. So if you picture it in a sense, it's a win-win. Less crime coupled with even more arrests. Of those 63 of this month of 2026, in March, the DA filed 27 cases versus the 18 in March of 2025. So 50% more cases submitted and filed to the D's office. Felonies, significantly, 83% of those 27 were felonies, so a lot less violent crimes had occurred, and that shows the misdemeanor rate up. So a lot of these crimes were not determined either through elements or through the DA's decision to be filed as felonies and most likely submitted as misdemeanors. Cases not submitted to the district attorney was 21 this year versus 13 last year, March, and that is up 61%. I understand that that usually comes from referrals, where instead of submitting a case to the district attorney's office, there's options for people to participate in programs, whether it's drug counseling, whether it's the juvenile referral program, and other similar cases. The D's office declined 15 cases this year versus 5 in March of 2025, up 200%. And in regards to juvenile cases, none in March of 2026 versus the 1 in March of 2025. In this slide, I'd like to inform the residents and the business members on what can they do to assist when their call becomes a case, when their call for service leads to an arrest. Number one is participate in the interview with the field deputy. So when an arrest is done in the field on scene, participate as a victim or a witness. It'll help prosecute the case. 2, answer the investigator's phone calls or seek them out if they're not calling. Again, you can call the station at 323-264-4151 and request to know who is assigned to your case. 2, in that category, make an appointment to speak with the investigator. So give them a phone call to have a phone conversation, or give them a phone call to make an appointment to meet with them. Under most circumstances, far more circumstances, the investigator will come to you. They can come to your home, they can come to where you're comfortable. It may be just here in the lobby outside the City Hall. There is a unofficial substation at the Citadel office near the Starbucks building. You see the giant sheriff star there. Citizens can request to meet their investigator there versus driving up to the actual station. Also cooperate with the investigator as they request more follow-up. As they develop the case, they may request you to come again or maybe look at a group of photographs, and cooperation is a key to prosecution. Also respond to the court subpoena. Very often, this is where the case falls apart. Our victims or witnesses don't do a follow-up interview with the deputy district attorney if they request it, and more often do not testify. So to help these prosecutions become fruitful, respond to the court subpoena and testify. This I've mentioned several times, the State of Commerce Public Safety Card. Ms. Nelly Hernandez completed this card and it is sent for printing. It's going to read in both English and Spanish. I do have a copy of it here. It's going to look something like this, or actually it is going to be this. And this will be in designated patrol vehicles, deputies, so that as they meet and see community members, you can begin to hand out the card. In upcoming neighborhood watch meetings and business watch meetings, these cards will be available, and we'll have a significant amount of cards here at the lobby of City Hall. And again, this card is going to contain information which is step-by-step list of procedures to effectively receive police services regarding non-emergency incidents. Again, any emergency is 911. It's also going to have follow-up information to contact station investigators, myself, and/or specialized unit investigators. It's going to contain some information with phrases to communicate with the sheriff's dispatch better, and that will improve response and service. And the center of the slide has the rest of the Public Safety Division important phone numbers. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Sergeant, and the information. Do my colleagues on the council have any questions, comments? Councilwoman Gerboya.
Thank you for the presentation, and I just really wanted to thank Natalie for really putting this together. And this is really, really important and pertinent information. And I, you and I will have a conversation. Obviously, I dealt with the situation on Sunday that has left me wondering, or just realizing, how our community is treated when they make phone calls, right? Every time I call, I don't identify myself as a council member because I shouldn't have to, right? I should receive quality service as a regular resident of the City of Commerce, and I truly didn't. And it's so disappointing because this council absolutely supports our sheriffs. And, in reading this, I was like, wow, this is so great. And I know, Sergeant, I thank you because you also took a lot of pride into wanting to teach us, right, how to make the calls and what to say, right? And I think it's so important. But also with this, I would really ask and plead that you speak to the captain and that you really work on customer service at the desk, right? Because this is not the first time in the last 3 months, maybe. It had been really good. And then in the last 3 months, and nobody's told me, obviously I have, neighbors and residents complain, right? But now I can tell you that I personally have experienced terrible customer service at the desk. Luckily for me, the situation didn't arise where our life was in danger, but it could have. And I think if I were a senior, I would have given up, right? I would have given up and just been like, okay, I'm just going to hang up at this point. And now I understand why the community just keeps hanging up, right? And they're coming to neighborhood watch meetings and they're frustrated, right? Because we continue to hear from you guys, call it in, call anything in, right? And now you're teaching us how to do it correctly so that something could be done. But unfortunately, it's not being done on the other end. So
My only, suggestion or plea to you is to really speak to the captain so that we can receive the proper customer service when we're doing all of these steps, right? So I do thank you. I know that you're trying, and we've had conversations, and I know that you're trying. But it does get frustrating, right? When it's just not happening. And it's not your fault. You're just the person that's here now. But I am disappointed. I'm highly disappointed. And because it's not the first time. And nobody, like my mom says, no me tiene que contar. I lived it. I called, and it's not the first time, unfortunately. So if you can please just have those conversations and really, really, really take care of how the receiving end is going to handle these situations. Thank you so much, Sarge.
Thank you for your comments, Councilwoman. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? Sergeant, thank you again for your presentation. I will echo my colleague's sentiments. I just want to make sure that at the desk, the dispatcher is, courteous and just providing proper customer service because, from the other side, as a person who's called into the Sheriff's Department before, right? It's typically, when we call in, we're typically in a panicked or upset frame of mind because something has happened, right? Which is why we're making a call for service. And so when we receive kind of, suboptimal customer service, it makes the experience a lot more difficult, and it just feeds into the narrative that some people feel where, they dislike calling in for service, right? So, yes. To my colleague's point, I fully support it, and I agree, and I've heard it before. At the same time, there are a lot of things that you are doing right, so I do want to thank you and commend you and your team. I love this public safety card, so I do want to thank our public safety team and Natalie Hernandez for putting this together. I actually think that in addition to all the distribution methods you just described, I think we should include it in our next community pass out, right? I know, we're stepping into kind of like spring, summer season, so we're going to start advertising things like in our summer kickoff and our Independence Day celebration. We should include that as part of the packet. I also like that your deputy vehicles have now been stationed at parks, right? I've seen that, yes. Walking the neighborhood, so I definitely appreciate that, and other members of the community have expressed the same as well. So I do want to thank you for those efforts and those shifts. I think those are important. So thank you for your comments. Really appreciate your report, and we'll see you at the next council meeting.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members.
Okay, so we are actually going to pull item 11, right? Mr. City Manager, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Member of City Council, staff's recommending to table item number 11. So we'll not be coming back.
Okay, so we will table item 11.
We'll provide a briefing related to this property to the City Council.
Great. So now moving on to item number 12, which is funding allocation for the mural lighting installation at the Mixmaster Underpass and City Hall parking lot project, which will be presented by Public Works Director Abbas.
Thank you, Mayor.
Before Mr. Abbas begins, so we've had the conversation related to this project in the past. It is substantially costly, and so we're going to present a variety of options, and the City Council can direct staff as to which way to move forward. Depending on the option selected, we may have to still get bids for the construction, but I think we can focus on what the best approach is, and then we can go from there. Mr. Abbas.
Thank you, City Manager. Again, good evening, Mayor and the Council. My name is Shahid Abbas, Director of Public Works. The recently, city installed 9 murals at the Mixmaster Underpass, and 1 mural was installed in the City Hall parking lot. Subsequently, Salas O'Brien prepared the lighting design plans to provide focused lighting to improve nighttime visibility and highlight the mural as a public art. Multiple lighting options, as City Manager expressed, were evaluated to determine the most effective and maintainable solutions. Next slide. So this is a specially designed steel pole to provide focus lighting for mural illumination. It does not create glare and reflection issues. It is cleanest overall design because it houses light, fixtures, and CCTV in one unit, and no exposed electrical wirings. Requires minimum maintenance and has long life. Does not require drilling into the retaining wall. However, it is slightly an expensive option. Number 2, this option replaces the steel pole with a concrete pole. It does not provide direct illumination to the murals and creates glare and reflection issues. Overall appearance looks bulky and not as aesthetically pleasing as was in option 1. It is slightly cheaper than option 1. Next, please. In this option, the fixture is attached on the top with railing of the retaining wall. It provides down lighting but casts shadow on murals. Cannot integrate CCTVs and it is prone to vandalism. Due to complexity of construction, this is the most expensive option. Next, please. This is based on solar lighting and provides the simplest and cheapest design option. It does create glare and reflection issues, cannot integrate CCTVs, requires frequent battery maintenance, performance depend upon sunlighting. Existing underpass mural locations are not ideal for this application, therefore we may have reliability issues. Next one, please. This option is based on ground-up light. Though it is cheapest, but not considered due to high risk of vandalism, safety hazard, and lighting quality. Next, please. Same as previous option, but with a different lighting fixture. Next, please. The preferred lighting concept is integrated multifunctional steel lighting pole because it has cleanest visual appearance, bright focus mural lighting, has no glare and reflection. It can integrate lighting and cameras in one unit, has no impact to retaining walls and sidewalks, reduced risk of vandalism, balanced installation and subsequent maintenance costs. This next slide shows the rendering of the steel integrated pole option. Next slide, please. This shows the cost associated with various options. The first option, which is a hardwired steel pole with CCTVs, is around $356,000. Hardwired steel pole without CCTVs, approximately $53,000 less than the first options. Hardwired concrete pole with CCTVs around $253,000, and if we add the CCTVs to this, that will cost another additional $53,000. And then the cheapest and the most simplest option is the solar option at $218,000. So technically staff thinks the option number 1 is the most suited and cleanest option, but it is one of the expensive option at $356,000. At this point, we'll see council directions on the selection of the options they preferred.
Can you put the slide before that back up?
The last slide, please. Yeah.
Thank you. So those are the options. I know that I went out with several members of the city council to the site and received recommendations, and after doing that, and the engineers basically said, based on the type of the bridge and who owns it, and without my technical knowledge in this area, the bottom line is these were the options that were available per engineering. So what you have basically, really the biggest difference cost is solar versus non-solar and CCTV or non-CCTV. Certainly, if the city council wishes us to explore a different option altogether, please direct us as such. But tonight, these are what we ended up after going back and forth several times.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. City Manager and Director Abbas. Do we have any questions or comments from the City Council?
No, I just think we need to, we just need to move forward with an option here, and hopefully we can reach a decision on one of these. But I think the important thing is that we light up the artwork that is there. I think it's just one of the most important things that we started off with. And it's still, I think, the most important thing. So we should just make a decision and move forward.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councilman. Any other comments?
Did I see the picture that I saw there? So the pole's gonna basically be in front of the mural, basically covering, obstructing the murals?
So can you go back to, I think it was, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the most cleanest option which has the least impact on the visibility of the pole. Other poles are taller, wider concrete poles, and they definitely have glare and reflection impact onto the poles. The artwork will not be as visible as this pole can provide, because this pole is specially designed for a focus lighting on this pole.
So you walk in front of it to view the art, then you see a shadow, your shadow.
Yeah, it would do that.
Yeah. I just, I wasn't there when you guys went to go look at it. What engineers did you go? Who went?
The city staff engineers.
So we didn't have any electricians that went there and gave us advice on anything? Is there any companies out there that deal with art that they can give us some options? I mean, you can pass through the Arts District in LA, you'll see lighting everywhere. You can go to Hollywood, you see lighting everywhere. You went to Fort Lauderdale, you saw lighting. You went to Wynwood, you saw lighting.
So Mr. Baz can provide more detail, but as I understand it, the biggest issue is we can't put anything on the wall where the art is, right? And that's why, unfortunately, it creates a problem. I know Councilmember Armero and I talked about essentially running power from the bridge through there's lights poles already there, right? In that sort of fashion, and almost creating like a bridge. But again, like I think ultimately you could probably do that. It'd just be pricier, right? But they were talking about the problems with anything that connects to the bridge would be problematic. One, we don't own it, and two, it could, to use a engineering term, it could jeopardize the structure of the bridge itself.
If I may. So Salazar Bryan is specialized in this kind of a lighting, national-wise. And they had a lighting design engineer on board, they have a structural engineer on board, they have a civil engineer on board, and they have their own electrician on board. And we supplemented them with our own electrician to guide them in this process. The problem with the retaining wall is the structural engineers do not recommend drilling any into the retaining wall. This is a very sensitive retaining wall which is holding the backfill and also supporting the bridge on top of that. So it can crack with a monolithic drive. It was not poured into the clay, it's the one drive. So anytime we drill it, there's a greater possibility that it can crack due to the dynamic loading which is coming onto this drive. So no structural engineer, we have contacted multiple structural engineers, they do not recommend drilling into the wall. Even here we are providing an option which is uplighting, is not into the wall, that's attached onto the railing of the bridge, and neither that Caltrans require any drilling on their abutment to the bridge, and especially in due to the absence of the as-built drawings. We don't have as-built drawings for this wall. We tried our best, we could not find it.
Did I hear Caltrans, you said?
I said the Caltrans also does not allow drilling into the abutment to the bridges.
Caltrans is part of this bridge?
No, they're not part of this bridge. We are responsible for this bridge.
Yeah. Did we even ask anybody that owns that bridge if we can attach anything to any of that wall?
The rail company?
Yeah.
The rails on top, yeah. Did we ever look at that? I mean, we went and we walked through that, and that was a big part of the discussion. I mean, did anybody ever look at that and say, no, we can't attach to an existing rail? We're not gonna drill into anything that is already there.
Yeah.
That's not the wall.
So we talked about essentially running power from the light over the bridge, not drilling into it, but attaching to the bridge somehow, and that was, I don't know the issue, what the problem was, but at least we described it the way you and I talked, right?
All right. I mean, I just didn't hear in the report that this is a problem, this is an issue. We're not drilling into it. I mean, I think we would secure it properly, of course, but there's no drilling involved. There's no, issues with providing any structural problems with that wall.
So lighting is not a problem to provide. We have a lot of space available to run the conduit. That's not a problem. The only problem is we cannot attach a foundation, a light fixture into the walls. Once we attach a light fixture, given the weight of the light fixture, we have to drill into the wall. And one light fixture can have 8 to 12 drills, and we have 9 light fixtures. So that's which is not allowed. But running a wire cable, that's not a problem. We have a lot of options to run the electric wire cables.
So as we were walking through that, we were thinking of just running an attachment from the conduit, which would basically go over and just like, it would light from there. You would extend it so that it lights down, and now you can be in front of it, and there would be no shadow because the light's coming from the top, not coming from behind you. And now you would have a shadow, so anybody sitting there doesn't take a picture or do anything along those lines, there is going to be shadows. Right. You're going to have shadows. You can have the picture, but you're going to have the shadows behind you. So doing it the other way, that would not happen. And I just want to know if that was looked at, and if that was not, was there an issue with that or no issue?
So I think I covered that in all the options. All the option except this option will not have a shadow effect. Whereas anything we attached overhang or which are not focused, they will have a glaring and shadow effect onto the mural.
The city manager, this is what I would like. I would like an opportunity to speak to BNSF. I mean, I haven't been there to look at how we can attach lighting. I haven't paid attention to that. But just like looking at the schematic right here, I see that little ledge that they has. You don't have to screw anything into it, but you can clamp something on it, and it's not going to ruin the structure or anything. But you also have, it says here, railing. It's metal. I'm not sure what that is in the moment. However, the first thing that comes to mind is if we secure that and we can weld something on it with permission, that will then overhang and point towards the art, kind of wash it down. So right now, I'm not comfortable with this, so I'm not agreeing to this here. I'm going to be a no for this.
Can I do a follow-up question really quick? So have we explored a lighting on the bottom? Would that give a shadow to the portrait?
Like a projection from the floor to the thing?
Yeah,
We have a slide there. Can we go back?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, go back. No, on the bottom one, on the light, we have, it's the 5th option or something like that. No, right here. This is one option which is projecting from the bottom. The problem is this is prone to vandalism, is a safety risks, and it still caused shading and reflection issues there too. We consider that.
So these are running from the conduits at the existing poles. So.
Yeah, and I don't see that as proper lighting either, because that's going to be far. You're going to stand in front of it. You're still going to get the shadow. So the lighting that I've seen in the art districts looks nothing like this. So I would like an opportunity to speak to the people that deal with art, lighting up the art, and also speaking to BNSF. This right here looks like we're just trying to create things out of what we know, and we don't know what we don't know, and we don't know what these artists are using. And I think that we should really seek that for the proper advice. So, like I said, I'm a no on this project.
If I just may follow up on just, you made reference to some of the places that we've gone to, particularly Wynwood, which is full of artwork throughout the whole city there. And we saw some of the most basic lighting that was installed throughout, and they just used conduit attached to, an arm, that would extend out and light downward and light up the wall. It wasn't very complicated at all. I think they saved a lot of money by being able to do that. I mean, I cannot see Wynwood or any of these other projects doing the amount of artwork and lighting these arts so that people can enjoy them for these kind of prices. That would bankrupt people. They would not be able to do these kinds of projects. I think we're overthinking this whole thing. I really think that it can be really simplified and run some conduit and attach it to the existing rails that are there. They've been there for many years. We're not going to drill into the wall. These existing rails have been there. They're sturdy. There is no issue with those. We would just be attaching to them and hanging a light over it. I think we're overthinking this thing.
And then Councilmember Argumento, I remember in Fort Lauderdale, you pointed that light out. You said, look how simple that lighting looks. And it was a C-clamp that attached to the top of the roof. It was kind of like what you see here, a little ridge. It clamped on there. There was no one screwed anything. It clamped on the lights. Those clamps held the lights, and it washed those pieces of art. Yeah. And that's why he's saying it looks very simple. And we did ask about the lighting. We started asking the developers there and these consultants, and they were saying, "Oh yeah, that's easy to install. That's not that expensive to do." So I mean, like you said, here we have 11 pieces of art for almost $500,000. Imagine let's do 30 pieces of art. How much is that going to cost us? So if we can find a solution, and I know we can, that's different, that's cost effective, I think we should head in that route, because we do have other pieces of art that are going to be coming in the future.
I think I understand city council input. I think maybe where we start, because part of the challenges about this site is on the what would be the roof in some of those other buildings and some of those art districts. Here, it flattens out on the top, so people can walk right up, right? And it becomes a security issue, right? People, I mean, frankly, we deal with this all the time, people stealing copper wire and just thinking something's worth value, right? But certainly, I think I understand what the city council wants, and maybe what we do is we go through whatever the process is to get the proper permissions from them, right? To potentially find a way to either, drill, however, I mean, with that group, we're talking about artwork already on a different bridge, and they want us to use their people. So maybe we do the same thing for this, like, you tell us how you would light up this bridge. But I think the main issue for the council on top of the cost is the shadows, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think, to your point, Councilman, I think that's a very important conversation to have, right? We need to speak with BNSF, and we need to understand what they're okay with. I think we need to light up these murals, right? I think it's really important. I'd like to see it done before Black Friday, right? Just because we have so much traffic coming through. I think it would be a prime opportunity for people to see what the City of Commerce has done, right? From an arts perspective. So I think we do have to go back to the drawing board and speak with BNSF, see what is doable. These seem overly complex, and I understand the constraint of, the wall and the rail and all of that. That is very important. So let's have a conversation with BNSF and see if something like you're proposing can be done, because it seems simple, right? I don't think it needs to be overly expensive, because you can't make this complicated. So, yeah.
If I may say, Council, we did consider that option of attaching arm. There's one of the options given in this one, attaching arm to the railing, and on top of that. And in fact, the cost came the most expensive because bringing the conduit and then the weight of the arm to the railing, which doesn't support it, it requires.
Which option is that here?
That would be option 3. So it's just a rendering, but we did consider arm projecting outside, attaching to the railing, and there's a safety issue because people walk and those railing are a purpose, so the wire has to be really secured and foolproof, so nobody said nothing starts. So that was the most expensive option.
And you're saying this is more expensive than
This is the
option
more,
one?
that came out the most expensive, because just running the wire and meeting all the codes requirement with this one.
Okay. Well, I'm sensing that this council isn't ready to make a decision at this time, right? So why don't we go ahead and continue this item? And we'll bring it back, but I think there's some conversations that need to be had. Some more work that needs to be done before we bring it back to the dais. But thank you for your presentation.
And Mayor, if I may, if we're going to continue it, I know you mentioned you wanted to see it before Black Friday. So let's kind of make this an urgent item where we actually reach out to BNSF and we start these discussions if they want us to use their people. And meanwhile, let's figure out what type of lighting these other areas use so we can have the right options.
May I say something? Thank you for your presentation, and I know I'm not an electrician or an engineer, so coming back with the information, I'm looking forward for that. Thank you for this presentation. I think that came out okay.
Director Abbas, thank you for the presentation. But we will continue this item. And to Councilman Altamirano's point, I think those are exercises that we should be doing as a city, right? Reaching out to BNSF, also looking to see what other arts districts and our surrounding communities are doing. So, and even Wynwood, right, and some of the other places that have been visited. So, okay, so now we'll go ahead and move on to item number 13, which is the award of the construction contract to Hart Design Build, Inc. for the Gateway Monument I-5 at the Eastern Avenue project. And I believe this will also be presented by Director Abbas.
Thank you, Mayor and the Council. Again, this is Shahid Abbas, Director of Public Works. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the median island located at the southbound I-5 freeway off-ramp at Eastern Avenue is currently poorly maintained and requires improvements. This location serves as a gateway entry point into the city and presents an opportunity to enhance the city's visual identity through beautification and landscaping improvements. In October 2022, the council approved a professional service agreement to prepare plans and specifications for the construction of a monument and associated landscaping at this location. Subsequently, in September 2023, the council approved the final project design concept plan. Next slide, please. The project lies in Caltrans right-of-way and therefore required Caltrans review and approval, a process that took over 2 years and was recently finalized by Caltrans. The project was finally advertised for construction in February of this year. Next slide, please. Last month, the city received 4 bids. In accordance with California Public Contract Code, Hart Design Build was determined to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder at approximately $1.2 million. The total cost of the project, including contingencies and construction management inspection, is about $1.54 million. These funds are available in the existing approved CIP. The project is expected to be completed by the end of this year. Next slide, please. Staff recommends award of a construction contract to Hart Design Build in the amount of approximately $1.2 million and approval of professional service agreement with Geo Advantech for compaction and material testing in the amount of $14,591 and authorization of contingencies and construction management and inspection contingencies. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Director Abbas. Does the City Council have any questions or comments?
No, glad that it finally got approved by Caltrans, and I think it's something that we've been waiting for quite some time. So I look forward to this project getting started and hopefully beautifying that area.
Absolutely. I agree. Just a couple of minor questions. You did talk about when this is anticipated to be completed. I think you said the end of the year. Is that correct?
Yes, by the end of this year, it will be completed.
Okay, great. And do we foresee any off-ramp closures as a result of this build?
I don't see an off-ramp closure because there's enough space to work, so there should be no closure. All the traffic control plan approved by Caltrans, so there'll be no.
Okay, and my last question is, have we talked to Caltrans about the maintenance of that area? We're looking to make a significant investment in that piece of land, but that is Caltrans property, right? So how will the maintenance work just to keep this investment looking nice?
So that issue has already been addressed. We have an agreement already executed with the contract. We have two separate maintenance agreements. One is for this monument and one for the landscaping.
Okay.
That will be our responsibility, and Caltrans was very cooperative in working with us.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you for the answers, Director Abbas. At this time, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for this item.
I would move to
Mayor.
approve if there's no additional comments or questions.
Mayor,
So we have a motion by Councilmember Agum. I'm sorry.
we just need to make sure that we add the adoption of the resolution to the motion.
Okay. So we have the.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's part of staff's recommendation, correct?
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor which still stands by Councilman Argumedo, and we have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you, Director Abbas. Looking forward to the monument being constructed.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's
and
been a long
Council.
time coming, so. Okay, so this time we'll go ahead and move on to item number 14, which is the approval of concept plan for the pocket park located on Gage Avenue and Zindel Avenue. And this will also be presented by Director Abbas. We got a trifecta.
Thank you, Mayor and the Council. Again, this is Shahid Abbas, Director of Public Works. Can we go to the next slide, please? The city is planning the development of a new pocket park on the currently vacant parcels located at the corner of Gage Avenue and Zindel Avenue. The proposed pocket park is intended to provide recreational amenities and open space within the Veterans neighborhood, which currently lacks accessible park facilities due to closure of Veterans Memorial Park. In October of 2025, staff issued a request for proposal seeking qualified consultants to provide professional design services. The scope included development of a concept plan, landscaping, civil, architecture, lighting and security plans, community outreach, and preparation of environmental documents. Following a competitive selection process in February 2025, the council awarded the contract to John G. Cataldo. Subsequently, to seek community input in March, an online survey was posted, followed by an in-person community outreach meeting. Next slide, please. Approximately 95% attended the community outreach meeting, and the staff received 74 responses to the survey. The community feedback identified following priorities: playground with shade, open lawn space and picnic area space, walking paths, fitness equipment and group exercise areas, safety lighting throughout the park, safety for park patrons by installing security fence, especially along Gage Avenue, multi-use sport courts, maximizing park space by reducing the number of parking spaces, and majority of the user expected to walk to the park, reinforcing the purpose of the neighborhood pocket park. With this, I shall hand over the presentation to Natalia from John G. Cataldo to present the concept plan to the council, which is developed incorporating the identified key community priorities. With that,
Thank you, Sir. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Next slide, please. I'll go through the legend of the conceptual site plan that reflects the outcome of the community meeting. We integrated shaded playground as the central feature that you see it labeled with an A, open lawns and flexible green space picnic areas with shade structures throughout the park, fitness equipment and group exercise areas, multi-sport court that could be used for basketball and pickleball, walking path loop for circulation, program trailer with restroom facilities that you see labeled with 2G labels, enhanced lighting, visibility, and security features throughout the park, limited parking to prioritize recreational space, and that is shown with, I believe we have 7 parking stalls shown with a letter I, fencing around the pocket park, and pedestrian access gates shown with a label K, 1 off of Watcher Street and then 2 off of Gage Avenue, and then vehicular access gate labeled with L off of Watcher Street. And I think, and then these are some visualizations of reference images of what some of those areas could look like. They're not exactly it, but just so you can visualize some of the parts of the park. I think I want to see if you have any questions about the site plan specifically.
That was a great cue for opening it up for questions.
I didn't know if Shahid, did you want to cover anything else? No, you're good.
Okay, Councilwoman, thank you for your presentation.
Of course.
Councilwoman Rebollo.
First of all, thank you for the community meetings, and thank you for the members of the community that came out to really voice their concerns, to ask questions. I know there was a lot of misinformation about this being the park that we promised them, right? And I'm glad that it was cleared up that it's just a pocket park that will remain there, but we're still getting Veterans Park, right? So it's not in lieu of, you know. My question is this: the gates, the pedestrian gates, are they going to be? So you know that some parks have it where the walkway is just an open space. There's no way to close it. How is it going to be? Is it going to be where we can lock them at night, or is it going to be just an open space?
This is all still definitely to be developed.
Okay.
I believe the idea is to have everything to be lockable at
Okay.
night and to have hours for the pocket park. I know that the staff would probably, you know, have more information on that when we do develop it.
I like the idea of no parking. You know, the idea of a pocket park is so that the community can just walk there. I do understand that people want parking. If it was my preference, I would say make it even smaller and give us more green space. We're losing so much green space, so I would prefer to see more green space, but I mean, if we're having a picnic area, I understand that people are gonna need their vehicles, right, to like transport things. But is this the exact amount of parking that it's gonna be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 spaces?
That's what we have showing. I think we can fit even 10 spaces. Or
Oh, no,
obviously
no,
it
I
could
don't
be
want
le-
more parking.
Exactly, yeah. It could be
No,
less than that,
I
of
actually would like
course.
to see less parking, and just enough for people to unload and upload their belongings, right, if they're gonna picnic. Again, for me, I like the idea of really making it a pocket park. A pocket park is designed so that we can just walk there, right, so that you don't have to use a car. But it looks fantastic. Could we ask about the playground structure, or this is where we asked, right?
So tonight this is based on the design folks' kind of recommendations on top of public input. You are, at the end of the day, the ultimate public input, so if there's anything you wanted to see different, any modifications, we can certainly, even if they're major, we can make those and come back. But tonight's your opportunity, because this will be the last time before this is fully actually designed for construction.
Okay. I would like to see, or I guess my question is, the playground structure, are we moving into an ADA accessible structure, or is it going to be the way it used to be?
I think it will be an ADA. We actually have already started talking to Innovative Playgrounds, who has been doing a lot of other playgrounds throughout the city.
Then they
So,
have to be.
but we don't have an exact idea yet of what exactly it's going to look like.
Okay, so my recommendation to my colleagues is that we do make sure that we install an ADA accessible playground for that community. They are very deserving of that. And, I mean, obviously, I would like to see more. What is this, like, can you go back to the legend where it's telling us what D, what's D? Oh, fitness equipment and group exercise area. Oh, okay, I see. So the fitness equipment is the equipment, then next to it is just a, what is it, just a, like a?
Another D?
Is it just like concrete? Like, what is that?
So, yeah, so so the D that you see to the right of you, that's the fitness equipment area that obviously
Mm-hmm.
can be switched around. And then to the left, that's covered with a trellis, a wooden trellis, that's for group exercises area. So it would have like a
Oh, okay.
rubberized surface. And shade
Got
was one of the biggest things, obviously, that come up through the community
Where we
meetings.
could
So
do
we
like
tried to-
aerobics and HIIT
yeah.
classes and all that, right?
Say it again,
Is that what
sorry?
is that what it's designed for? Was that the idea behind that, is to, for like our aerobics and HIIT classes? Is that why? Or what was the idea behind two different areas?
Yeah, no, the area to the left idea was to keep it open, so no fitness equipment on there, just a shade structure above it. So yeah, like exercises like yoga or any sorts of group of fitness equipment or fitness training.
Okay, would it be feasible to make that also a green space and have it covered to use it as, I don't know. We're losing so much green space that I would prefer, if that's just an extra area to gather and do fitness, like, could it still be a grass area instead of just concrete, so that it can be multi-use, right? It can be used for working out, or if someone just wants to sit there and have a picnic. I don't know. Those are just the questions that I have. I wasn't understanding what was under there. It looks fantastic. I'm really excited. Again, if we can throw in some more green space, I would like to see that, but I guess that would be the only little spot. But this looks great. Those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Do we have any other questions from the City Council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I like the plan, it looks wonderful. My question is, what's the size of the basketball court? Would that
That's
be a
you.
regular size basketball court?
Yeah, your standard size basketball court, yeah, your full size.
Looks big, so is this all gonna fit in that little area?
Yeah.
Looks great. Okay, that's my only question, thank you.
Really quick, so Councilwoman Reboyo, did you resolve the parking issue? If you want to see green space, I think I have a solution.
No, I whatever we can do to get more green space, I would like us to go that route, but understanding that, people do, or, there was suggestion for parking, like, I get it, but also I would like for us to move away from the idea of inviting more cars and just inviting people to ride their bikes or to walk, especially when this is a concept of a pocket park. That was it.
So if we remove the parking and you just like loading and unloading, maybe?
Well, I mean, if we could do like 3 parking spaces, 4, I don't know if we need
Okay.
8.
All right, because I was thinking if you have like a little one-way street, you can, let's just say you enter Watcher and you travel on the edge of it and then you exit Gage. But there's just gonna be like a little, you can drop stuff off, but then you have to leave. If you want a green
I
space.
kind of like this idea of keeping the cars away from where like the basketball court is and all that. I guess there's like really no resolve, right? It's a small area.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm okay if the majority, if this is what we wanted to see. Again, I just would like for us to start moving away from inviting more cars. That was it. That was the idea behind it.
All right.
And I would just wanted to see more green space. Kids need an area to run around and picnic, and, park program needs an area for water games. We're losing a spray pool until whatever splash pad or whatever we build with the new development. Kids like to play with the water, and staff does such a good job of like water games in the summer. I would like to see just a green space, an area big enough for them to do all that. That was it.
If I may say, Mayor and the Council, we do need some parking for the ADA, but certainly we can reduce 8 spaces to 5 spaces, 2 or 3 for the ADA and 2 spare spaces. So certainly there's a potential to reduce this.
It's whatever my colleagues decide.
Thank you for your comments, Councilwoman. Councilman, did you have any further comments?
Just one more, Oralia. So, if you put green space on all that parking lot, you know that like egress, digress stuff that when you turn in, you can actually, in front of the Citadel, they have where the Uber drop off are, it's an indention in there.
Oh, got it,
You could
yeah.
do something there on Gage. It just goes in and you can drop stuff off and.
I think off Gage though, because it's such a busy street and cars are so,
Or
like,
watcher.
I do like the idea of keeping it off Gage.
Car watcher.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to help you.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I'm understanding the concept. Honestly, I'm gonna be really honest. If you leave it up to me, I'm gonna say get rid of the whole parking and just leave the green space. But that's not a popular thing. So, yeah. So let's just keep the parking.
I like the parking, yeah.
So thank you for your comments, Councilman Argumedo.
No, I like the design.
Yeah.
I think it's good. The parking, I think, is important, and part of it is because you're still going to have people that are going to need to drive to the parks. Regardless, I mean, the Veterans Park area is people do need to still use their vehicles. And for me, I think you need to still provide it. And in addition, quite honestly, I mean, if you've been in that watcher area, people have consistently complained about parking. That's the biggest problem there, not only there, but throughout the city. And by us not, even providing that to that area there, I think we would just exacerbate the problem even further. Because now you're going to have people come into the park, they're still going to drive, and they're going to take that parking. Any open parking space, they're going to take it and then walk. And therefore, they're going to create more problems for that area, and people are going to complain. So, having some limited parking, I think, would be good. And, we're making good use of the space here, and I think we're accommodating a lot of the needs that were, this is what people provided input for. They provided some of this, and we should heed that versus, I would hate for us to create additional problems by not listening to what we want. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Good comments, Councilman. I think the council has some really good feedback. One of the things that I will agree with is, Councilwoman, when you mentioned more green space, when I initially looked at this concept plan, I'm like, I wish we had more lawn, right? More open lawn. And what can we do? At the same time, I think parking is important because when I envision this project being finished, I also envision programming running out of this area. And the Veterans Park neighborhood is large, right? So yes, plenty of people will walk to the park, but some people will have to drive there, right, to enjoy it. And so I think parking is important and limited, right? Because to the councilman's point, parking is tough on Watcher, right? So we don't want to make that problem worse. Without sacrificing parking, I had a thought, and I'm sure this is something that you all thought about, but the fitness equipment and group exercise areas. Now, in some of our parks, right, we have the fitness equipment along the walking path, right? And so I wonder if we ever considered that to kind of help maximize the open lawn area.
Yeah, we actually did in one of our concepts, so it's definitely still a possibility. And if that's what's needed or wanted, I think that would be great.
I've seen a lot of newer parks with dedicated like fitness center and fitness areas, but at the same time, if green space is a concern, is that a lever that we can pull in? Does everybody agree? That's what initially kind of came to my head, but I don't know how everybody else feels about that.
I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to put that thought out there because I think we're trying to find ways, right?
Sorry. The walking path is that little tan part? Is that all?
It's F, yeah, so that's all.
F where F is.
Yeah, but it's all around, right? It's like a loop, right? So
Can you zoom into just the
well, and
park?
it's also like our current parks right now, right?
That's actually a really good suggestion.
it is a loop, and yeah, we wanted to make sure that the walking, the jogging path are kind of go as around the perimeter of the park as much as possible. as well. So the only area you see it not going is behind the two program trailers, which for safety reasons. But we can definitely consider putting the fitness equipment along the path, and maybe having like 2 or 3 separate sections of that.
And then my question now becomes, if we take that approach, right, does the concept of the trellis, right, kind of like the workout area, does that still work? Does that still make sense? And maybe it does, right? But I don't know how that changes. You being a subject matter expert with all of this, right? Does that change how that flows or the cohesion of it?
No, not necessarily. I mean, the trail, I think the more shade structures we provide, the better it is. So this is actually, I think, even less than what we would provide in reality. So I think there will be more trellises throughout the park.
Okay.
But yeah, what you're saying is, yeah, we easily could put more lawn space where the fitness equipment is currently.
How does everybody feel about that?
I like it.
It's good. Okay, so let's make that an adjustment that we make to the concept.
And in terms of parking, we'll stay with the 8 stalls, or we'll go down to 6, 5?
I think we keep it as is, you know, and we can all talk about it, but again, I picture programming. Also, some people will be able to walk to this park, right? But, you know, I think some people will have to drive. And, you know, I also think of the people on the other side of the age, right? And so some parents will choose to drive their children over to that park to you know, play basketball or run around or what have you, right? So I think we keep the parking as is.
Okay.
Question, sorry.
Sure. Those were my comments, but Councilwoman Rebollo?
I forgot to ask, sorry. I know that there's homes right next to the pocket park. What kind of fencing are we going to put there
Yeah, that's still to be determined as well. I mean, there is an existing concrete block wall separating the park space and then the residential spaces, but we're definitely.
It doesn't go all the way into the, I think the block wall only goes up to, the homes that are on the Watcher side, there's only like a rickety fence. So there's not a brick wall. So that's why it brought me to my attention, like, oh, what are we gonna do to make sure that, like, you know, that community, obviously there, we gotta put fencing. What kind of fencing are we thinking about? Are we gonna make sure that we're protecting, right, their homes from balls flying over, or, you know, maybe even like noise complaints, whatever it is, right? Like, what are the thoughts behind is it gates? Is it a block wall? What is it that we're thinking?
As of now, the idea is to have wrought iron fence, so an 8-foot wrought iron fence around the park, so either 6 or 8 foot, with the gates being the same way, but that's to be determined. And also, I did want to point out that the multi-sport court, the basketball court, the idea is for it to be fenced out as well, because it will serve as a pickleball court as well.
Oh, okay.
So I think that will reduce, you know, balls, the safety aspect of it, and balls flying out onto the Gage Street.
Thank you, sorry.
Great, and thank you for coming for that. At this time, if there are no further comments or questions from colleagues, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, so just to be clear, the direction you provided, I think, can be done without this item coming back. Essentially, we incorporate that. So you're free to make a decision tonight if the city council is okay with that. Not seeing it, the design obviously will provide it for you, but it doesn't need a vote. And the other thing is the city council did an excellent job at the State of the County with Supervisor Hahn, and she is interested in assisting in the construction of this project. So we will continue to put pressure on her staff to remind them of her commitment to this community.
Great work.
One more question.
Thank you. And question by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Sorry about that. Really quick, I see a lot of trees in this area. Can you tell me how many trees are going to be placed up?
We don't know the exact number yet. I actually have that somewhere, but not in this presentation. So I can definitely get that information to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this time I'll entertain a motion. Okay.
I would second that.
So we have a motion by Councilwoman Rebollo, and the motion is to approve this item per staff's recommendation with the comments that we made here today. Okay. Correct, with the direction from the city council this evening.
Yes.
And then we have a second by Councilmember Argumedo. At this time, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Really
Thank
excited.
you. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to item number 15, which is the speed hump installations on identified city streets. We'll have Director of Public Works, Shahid Abbas, presenting on this item.
And if I may, Honorable Mayor, Member City Council, before Mr. Abbas begins, tonight, what is critical is that the City Council concur or specify a different space for the speed hump, start and finish, right? As staff is asking discretion for the traffic engineers to determine how many and the locations, but what we would like from City Council specifically tonight is what is being proposed, and if the City Council wishes to make the area larger or smaller, direction in that area. Okay, Mr. Abbas?
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, and the City Council. My name is Shahid Abbas, Director of Public Works. Staff has recently received requests for installation of speed humps on following streets. Can we go to the next slide, please? The first one is at the bottom of the slide, which is a Ferguson Drive between Gerhardt Avenue and Saybrook Avenue. And the second one is Greenwood Avenue, which is on the top right corner, approaching Watcher Street, both directions. And the third one is the roundabout, which is on the left side, top left, located at McDonald Avenue and Dunham Street near the Kirby Center. It was reported that these locations experience high vehicle speeds, which present potential risk to pedestrian, cyclists, and motorists. As City Manager said, exact locations and number of speed humps will be determined by staff after detailed field survey. Can we go to the next slides, please? Next.
Okay, let's see.
Staff recommends that the City Council approve the installation of speed humps on Ferguson Drive, Greenwood Avenue, and the roundabout near Kirby Center. Authorize staff to determine the exact locations of the speed humps based on field condition and engineering standards, and appropriate $6,300 from the Project Management Fund to support the installation of the speed humps at these locations, and to expedite the installation, approve a change order with All American Asphalt to perform the work. Currently, we are installing a traffic circle at Greenwood Avenue and Watcher Street. Therefore, staff is also recommending installation of speed humps on Greenwood after the completion of the traffic circle construction and assessing its effectiveness in reducing the speed on Greenwood. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, please.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Director Abbas. If you could just do me a favor and go back one slide, just so we could all see the visuals of this. And I believe we have a question by Councilmember Argumedo.
Yeah, I believe, I think it's fine what you're recommending here after the turnabout on Greenwood and Watcher. But I believe some of the issues that we heard from folks was on actual Watcher moving. So as you know, here's Greenwood, and then you have the, you hit Watcher as you go, I guess, west on Watcher. That area seems to be getting, there's a traffic, there's a stop sign at the end, right, and they seem to just be going around there. They're ignoring the stop sign. So they wanted to get some speed humps on Watcher and as it goes beyond the stop sign, so to continue on a little bit further in that area. So I just wanted to make sure that that was included.
So, yes, I think the way the staff report was written, it's not shown here, but it's the intersections leading up to the future turnabout. So right in the center will be the turnaround, right? And you won't, we discussed having speed humps on Watcher and on Greenwood, essentially to slow people down heading into that.
Okay, so it is included on Watcher
Yeah.
and Greenwood.
Right.
I heard the Greenwood part after the turnaround. But, yeah, the specific complaints were more related on Watcher. So I just want to make sure that it definitely was included.
Yeah, with staff will make sure we have the assessment for both Greenwood and Watcher.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, council member, and we have a question from Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
More of a comment on McDonald, that's in the Bristol Park area, right? The
Yes.
street on McDonald, okay.
That's correct.
So I'm glad that you're putting the speed bumps there because there are a lot of complaints where individuals are just driving so quickly towards the work area in the back. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And the residents would thank you also.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Rebollo.
I am going to echo the sentiments that were just shared right now by the Vice Mayor. Gosh, it's been a long time coming for us to do something about that Kirby Center. I know that community has been advocating about the cars just zooming out of that Kirby Center. Then we made sure that we put patrols there and, you know, there's a stop sign, but they clearly don't care. So I just thank you so much for finally doing something about, you know, mitigating that speeding that happens, right, you know, as cars are exiting that Kirby Center, because we do have a park there. We have kids who are living right next to that little roundabout. So thank you for that. With that, I want to ask, as far as Watcher, and it just dawned on me, since we are bringing in the pocket park, are we able to make sure that the speed humps on Watcher go, is it just halfway down the street, or is it gonna go into Watcher so that we're ensuring that cars aren't like coming out fast out of the park? Can we add that to it?
So we'll have the traffic engineer assess the whole piece.
Perfect. Oh,
okay?
they're gonna decide how many, right?
They're going to decide how
Perfect.
many.
Okay.
Because the other piece of this, right, is the city council approved the roundabout already, and that's supposed to be coming also, right? So
Okay.
all of these things will be considered.
Okay.
Roundabouts can work, right? But a lot of times, depending on essentially how much speed people have to get through them, they can become a problem
Yeah.
too, so.
I know this is exciting. I know the community, the Ferguson community has been advocating for these speed humps, specifically in that section, because only the opposite side got speed bumps. So I'm happy to see that. There's been multiple accidents there, so I'm happy to see that. And also on Dunham, that street has been advocating for speed humps for a really long time. So that was it. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that, Councilwoman. Any other questions or comments from the City Council? Director Abbas, thank you for your presentation. You know, I felt it was important to agendize this item because to everyone's point here, right, we've heard about the concerns about the Kirby Center. And, you know, one side of Ferguson seems to have speed humps, but not the western side, right? And so I think these are all what I would call problem areas that have been communicated to us over the years. And so I'm thankful that we're looking into it and we're going to do something about this problem because, gosh, the Kirby Center, I've heard about that for years, right? And so I think it took Earth Day and me and the city manager were walking, right? We saw the roundabout and we we're like, okay, yeah, this is what we can do. So very important. So again, Director Abbas, thank you for the presentation. At this time, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Okay. So I heard a motion per staff's recommendation from Councilwoman Rebollo, and then I did hear a second by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Thank you,
for
Mayor and the
presentation.
council.
Looking forward to it. Okay, so I believe that concludes our items for, oh, actually, no.
One more.
One more, yes. We'll move on to item number 16, which is the general municipal election, approval of resolution calling election for November 3rd, 2026, and resolution requesting consolidation with the County of Los Angeles and election services. update to candidate statement cost policy. I believe our interim city clerk, Pat Hakisnatis, will be presenting today.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, my name is Pat Hakisnatis, your interim city clerk. This item before you requests approval of the resolutions necessary to call and conduct the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election, request consolidation with the County of Los Angeles, and reaffirm the city's candidate statement cost policy in compliance with the California Elections Code. The adoption of these resolutions ensures the city meets all statutory requirements and allows for timely coordination with the Los Angeles County Registrar, Recorder, County Clerk for election administration. As shown, this slide highlights a few of the key upcoming dates and statutory deadlines necessary to ensure a compliant and timely election process. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt all three resolutions. This concludes my report. I am available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Interim City Clerk, does the City Council have any questions? Okay. If not, at this time, I will go ahead and entertain a motion for this item.
I move to approve per staff recommendation items 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Okay, all right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Argumedo, a second by Councilwoman Rebollo. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. So now, we will move on to City Council reports. And I will actually start out to my right today.
I'm gonna take the longest. The only thing I have to report is the art gallery show for the seniors has finally been scheduled to May 28th. Yes? Yeah, May 28th. It's gonna be at Tomayo's, and we'll have Parks and Rec get that information out. The seniors are pretty excited about it. I'm excited. I'd like to see what Parks and Rec is going to create. They're always creating some fabulous stuff for events, so looking forward to it. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments, Councilman, and very exciting that it's going to happen at the Mayo. I know the seniors are really looking forward to it. So, very cool. Okay, then I'll move on to my right, Councilwoman Rebollo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What do I need to report? We had a Board of Directors meeting for Contract Cities. Thank you to city staff who attended. And I am proud to announce that I was selected to continue to sit on the Executive Board for Contract Cities for 2026-2027. So I will continue to serve on the Contract Cities Board.